Hello from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now, and welcome to our live coverage of the countdown and launch of NASA's Crew 4 mission on board a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. The Falcon 9 and the Crew Dragon Freedom spacecraft are currently vertical out at pad 39A. You're looking at a live view of the launch pad from a few miles away. This mission will be carrying 4 astronauts to the International Space Station for a planned expedition of about 4.5 months. Liftoff is scheduled for 3:52 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 7:52 UTC. The countdown is actually set for liftoff at precisely 3:52 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. That's about 4 hours and 8 minutes from right now. At this time, the 4 astronauts who will be climbing aboard the Dragon spacecraft later tonight are awake. A short time ago, they have received a crew weather briefing from SpaceX's weather team, getting an update on the conditions expected here at the Kennedy Space Center at launch time, as well as the conditions along the Ascent corridor northeast from the Kennedy Space Center. That's the track that the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon will take after liftoff, aligning themselves with the orbital plane of the International Space Station. Right now, the weather conditions here at the Kennedy Space Center are expected to be favorable. There's a 90% chance of good weather for liftoff today. The liftoff time, again, is at 3:52 a.m. Eastern Time, and the opportunity today for launch is instantaneous. So any issue or delay would result in a one-day delay in the launch until the next opportunity, which is tomorrow or Thursday morning, local time here in Florida. In the next few minutes, with that weather briefing complete, the next step for the 4-person crew will be their handoff from NASA to the custody of SpaceX, and SpaceX's ground teams will then assist the 4 astronauts in getting into their custom-fitted spacesuits. All this is occurring down in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, just south of the Kennedy Space Center Vehicle Assembly Building and press site area. And then once they get into their suits and pass suit leak checks, the 4 astronauts will get into a couple of Tesla SUVs, and they'll caravan in a convoy out to pad 39A. That journey will take about 20 minutes. And then if everything remains on schedule, a few minutes before 1 a.m. Eastern Time, the crew should be arriving at the bottom of the Falcon 9 rocket on pad 39A. And then they'll ride the elevator up the tower to begin boarding the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. While the crew is preparing for their ride to space tonight, SpaceX's launch team over in Firing Room 4 of the Launch Control Center is also preparing the Falcon 9 and Dragon Freedom spacecraft for liftoff. This time, the launch shift should be on console in Firing Room 4. This is a group of SpaceX personnel, SpaceX engineers, who oversee the countdown of the Falcon 9 rocket. Also, some NASA officials are embedded with the SpaceX team. This mission is managed and run by SpaceX, but it's under contract with NASA, this commercial crew flight carrying the astronauts up to the space station. This will be the 7th launch of astronauts by SpaceX since the Demo 2 Dragon mission back in May of 2020. And this is the first flight of the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. This is the 4th and final planned capsule to join SpaceX's fleet of reusable Dragon spaceships. Now 4 hours and 4 minutes until liftoff. We expect to get views from NASA inside the suit-up room in the operations and checkout building in a few minutes, and we'll bring those to you live once we receive that feed from NASA. T-minus 3 hours and 53 minutes and 30 seconds. You're looking now at a live close-up view of the Falcon 9 on pad 39A. The Falcon 9 stands 215 feet or 65 meters tall in this particular configuration, with the Crew Dragon spacecraft on top. On the right, you see the fixed tower out at pad 39A, and the walkway, the arm that connects the tower with the top of the Falcon 9 and the Crew Dragon, is the crew access arm, and that's the walkway the astronauts will use to board the Crew Dragon through the side hatch. At the end of the arm is the white room, where SpaceX's Closeout team and ground support team will assist the crew members in boarding the Dragon spacecraft. That boarding of the Dragon is expected to occur about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Right now, the astronauts are getting suited up in the suit-up room at the operations and checkout building a few miles away here at the Kennedy Space Center. In this view of pad 39A, you can also see the lighting system is turned on for tonight's countdown, and you can, if you look closely, you can see some water coming out of one of the sound suppression water system spigots, basically, that disperse water on the launch pad deck during engine ignition. That water is used to dampen the acoustics and the sound of the engines at liftoff. We're now receiving live video from NASA. This is a view inside the suit-up room at the operations and checkout building. You can see the astronauts have now donned their custom-fitted suits. In this view on the left, you can see Commander Kjell Lindgren. There's pilot Bob Hines, both in their suits. Looks like the view a few moments ago showed Kjell Lindgren undergoing his leak check, his suit leak check. The SpaceX crew members are in their black suits, their coverall suits, affectionately called ninja suits by SpaceX. These are the crew members that are assisting the astronauts during tonight's countdown. Looks like the helmet visor, Bob Hines' helmet visor has now been closed for his leak check. This is the same facility that was used during the space shuttle era, and the same building that the Apollo astronauts used for their suit up before launching to the moon.
Core on countdown 1, we are T-minus 3 hours, 50 minutes. The advanced team is in the white room, and we are on schedule.
Now T-minus 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 3 seconds. You're continuing to see views inside the suit-up room over at the operations and checkout building. In this view, you can see mission specialists Samantha Christopher Reddy on the left and Jessica Watkins on the right of this view. They're both now wearing their custom-fitted suits. Jessica Watkins now undergoing the suit leak check. You can see the SpaceX technician there with the computer running that leak check. This is a view of Kjell Lindgren. He's commanding the Crew 4 mission. He's been to space once before. Back in 2014 and 2015, he spent 141 days in space, most of that on the International Space Station. He launched and landed on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. These pressure suits are designed by SpaceX and built by SpaceX. They're custom made for each crew member. There's pilot Bob Hines. This is going to be his first mission to space.
This is core on countdown 1. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 45 minutes. The side hatch is now open and we are on schedule.
Countdown just past T-minus 3 hours and 43 minutes. All 4 Crew 4 astronauts now in their custom-fitted suits. You can see Samantha Christopher Reddy there from the European Space Agency just stood up from her her seat there in the suit-up room. There's Samantha Christopher Reddy. She has been to space one time before. This is her second mission. She spent more than 199 days in orbit back in 20 15 on the Expedition 42 and 43 missions to the space station. You can see some of the mission patches on the couches or the seat there from the previous missions, the astronauts from the previous missions who have used this facility. These suit-up chairs are specially made for the SpaceX pressure suits. But this is the same room that was used back in the space shuttle era. A lot of history in the room. You can see some of the photos on the wall from missions that have used this suit-up facility in the operations and checkout building. And once they're done in this facility, they'll be heading out the door in the background where it says exit, and above that Ad Astra, heading to the elevator and then ride the elevator down to the ground level. And then they'll walk out of the doors where 2 Tesla SUVs are waiting to carry them out to Pad 39A. T-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes until the liftoff, the scheduled liftoff of the Crew 4 mission to the International Space Station. These 4 astronauts are going to be heading up to the space station, assuming a launch at 3:52 a.m. They are scheduled to dock to the space station at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Actually later today, Wednesday, or 12:15 a.m. Thursday UTC. And then a couple hours later, after some leak checks, they'll actually open the hatch and enter the space station. The Crew 4 astronauts are going to replace the Crew 3 team, who has been aboard the space station since November. And assuming this mission gets off the ground tonight, the Crew 3 mission rather, is scheduled to undock from the space station around May the 4th and then splash down in their Dragon capsule off the coast of Florida the next day. You're now seeing a split screen view on the left inside the suit-up room, on the right a live view of the next stop for this crew, Pad 39A, where the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon await them. It's about a 20-minute drive from the operations and checkout building to Pad 39A. T-minus 3 hours and 36 minutes. You can see the astronauts chatting with the support personnel inside the suit-up room.
Core on countdown 1, we're T-minus 3 hours, 35 minutes. Crew suit donning and checkouts are complete. We're on schedule.
While we await the walkout of the Crew 4 astronauts, you're looking at an aerial view of the gathered VIPs and media and family members just outside the operations and checkout building. The Tesla SUVs are in position. 2 astronauts will board two of the Tesla SUVs. So 4 astronauts and 2 SUVs, and then the other car will be carrying support personnel for the ride out to Pad 39A. See more people starting to filter in as we approach the time of crew walkout. According to the nominal planned timeline, the crew walkout is scheduled for 12:32 a.m. or about 10 minutes from now. This building, the operations and checkout building, is in the industrial area of the Kennedy Space Center near other facilities such as the Space Station Processing Facility, as well as the KSC Headquarters building. It's a few miles south of our location at the KSC Press site, which is near the Vehicle Assembly Building and the Launch Control Center, where SpaceX's team is controlling and overseeing tonight's countdown. The countdown just passed the T-minus 3 hour and 30-minute point. You're now hearing some of the ambient sounds at the operations and checkout building as news media, family members, VIPs, NASA leadership all stand by for the crew walkout from the ONC building. Everyone here will be wishing the crew well as they head to the launch pad to begin 4.5 months in orbit. If their mission remains as scheduled, they are due to return to Earth in mid-September. The Tesla Model X's that the crew will be riding out to the pad have custom plates tonight. That's a tradition that SpaceX follows for all of its crew missions. For tonight's operations, the custom plates say "Go for launch." In the background, you can see some of the security personnel with weapons standing by to safeguard the crew as they head out to the pad. That security vehicle will be following the Tesla Model X's for the 20-minute ride out to Complex 39A. The crew walkout should be roughly 5 or 6 minutes from now per the timeline. In this view, you can see NASA Administrator Bill Nelson is waiting for the crew to walk out of the ONC building. He's joined by Bob Cabana, NASA's Associate Administrator. Cabana is a former NASA astronaut and the former director of the Kennedy Space Center. And here come the Crew 4 astronauts from the suit-up room, waving to the camera, walking down the hall toward the elevator that they'll ride down to ground level. Jill Lindgren, Bob Hines, Samantha Christopher Reddy, and Jessica Watkins being greeted by some of the staff of the ONC building. Director of Flight Operations Norm Knight joining them in the elevator, as well as SpaceX personnel. And they'll be riding the elevator down to the ground level and then coming out the door to greet where the VIPs and news media will be greeting them as they get into those Tesla Model X's for the trip to 39A. Everything right on schedule per the timeline for liftoff at 3:52 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 7:52 a.m. UTC. You can see the astronauts gathering behind that door. We should see them emerge momentarily. The doors of those Teslas now opening, ready for the arrival of the astronauts. T-minus 3 hours and 21 minutes. And here they come, the four Crew 4 astronauts.
Countdown 1, we're at T-minus
Jill
3
Lindgren,
hours,
Bob
20
Hines,
minutes.
Samantha Christopher Reddy, and Jessica Watkins in good spirits now, waving to the cameras, waving to the VIPs and family members gathered there outside the operations and checkout building.
1, 2, 3, 4! Woo!
They appear to be quite excited for their ride to space this morning.
Do you have mega screen? You're going to KLI from here.
they're able to have a socially, physically distanced greeting with their family members here before getting into the Tesla SUV, Tesla Model X's for the ride out to the launch complex.
Oh, seriously? Wow. That's hard to do on command. Hope you guys enjoy the launch. Get a good rest, and then have fun. Get home and get Pippin and Gandalf and Streets for me. After this, after I get in the car, I think you guys are going to get to come around. That'll be good. Cool. It's going to be good. You got a beautiful night for this. I think it's going to be a really great show. Oh, were you watching that? Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that was cool. We played our card, like made up card game. Oh yeah, cool. It was based, Tano made it up, called Freedom. It was based on blackjack, but we're going to 42 instead of 21. Tano made it up. There you go. Okay. I love you guys so much. Okay, sounds good.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Hey, sir, how are you?
All 4 crew members now seated in their Tesla Model X's for the ride to 39A. The families now getting to say goodbye one last time before their trip to space. 4.5 months in orbit ahead for the Crew 4 astronauts. This shows the custom plate on the Tesla Model X Go for Launch. It's a tradition for SpaceX to put on custom plates with an appropriate slogan for each mission. T-minus 3 hours and 16 minutes. And they're off. You can hear some of the tunes coming from one of the cars. The astronauts do have a playlist that they'll be listening to for the ride out to the launch pad. This is about a 9-mile trip by road. It takes about 20 minutes on average under police escort. They're leaving the operations and checkout building area right on time. Everything per the schedule so far in this countdown. These aerial shots from a helicopter hovering over the Kennedy Space Center that'll be tracking these Tesla SUVs as they head out toward Pad 39A. The route will take them north along Kennedy Parkway, and then they'll be turning right just before getting to the Vehicle Assembly Building, passing by the VAB and the Launch Control Center and the KSC Press Site, our location, and then riding along the roadway parallel to the old crawlerway that led out to Pad 39A, past the Falcon hangar at the southern edge of the pad, through the gate, and up the ramp to the pad surface.
This is Core on Countdown 1. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 12 minutes. Advanced team is ready for crew arrival. We're ahead of schedule.
You're seeing various camera views, aerial shots, as well as a dash cam from the convoy that the astronauts are riding in From the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to Pad 39A, you can see the convoy progressing northbound now under police and security escort. Three hours and 10 minutes left in the countdown this morning. While the crew makes their way to Pad 39A, activities at the launch pad are also on schedule. The advanced team has arrived at the pad to greet the astronauts when they arrive. And earlier in the countdown, SpaceX's team was expected to begin configuring the inertial measurement units on board the vehicle. These are elements of the navigation and guidance system, as well as pressurize the drag-in propulsion system. That propulsion system consists of Draco thrusters used for in-space maneuvers, as well as Super Draco engines that would be activated and turned on for a launch escape maneuver if necessary. Those are the Abort engines that would push the Dragon spacecraft away from the Falcon 9 in the event of a problem or failure of the rocket in flight. So you're seeing on the right side a live shot of Pad 39A. On the left side, the astronauts in the two Tesla Model X's, the two lead vehicles, making their way north toward the vehicle assembly building area, and then they'll turn and head east out toward the Seaside Launch Complex 39A. In a couple of minutes, they'll be making their way past our position at the press site, passing between us and the Launch Control Center. And now the convoy is making the right turn, heading east now toward the launch pad. They'll be passing by the vehicle assembly building, the Launch Control Center, where SpaceX's launch team is located, as well as the Kennedy Space Center press site. You can see the convoy now is approaching the launch pad in the home stretch of that 9-mile journey from the operations and checkout building. These aerial views provided by a NASA helicopter flying over the Kennedy Space Center. The Tesla Model X's are about to pass by the crawlerway split, it looks like, where the crawlerway splits between pad 39A and 39B. The branches heading to each launch complex. The branch toward 39A is now discontinued. It's now disused, no longer necessary. SpaceX uses its own hangar and rails for rollout of the Falcon 9. The crawlerway that leads toward 39B was actually just used about 24 hours ago with the rollback of the Artemis 1 moon rocket from 39B to the vehicle assembly building. So in a few moments you'll see the convoy pass by SpaceX's hangar, as well as the Falcon support building. The Falcon support building is on the right side of the road. The Falcon hangar is on the left. In the view on the right, you could see one of the security helicopters passing over pad 39A from our camera view here at the press site. And there's the crew now passing the SpaceX Falcon hangar, about to enter the gate and then head up the ramp, the incline to the pad surface. You can see now in this view one of the dash cams showing the ride up the ramp to 39A with the Falcon 9 in the background, and this view from an aerial helicopter camera. Now back on the dash cam from one of the Tesla Model X's. You see the Falcon 9 vertical driving over the rails that the Falcon 9 followed during the rollout to the pad. And then they'll get out of those Tesla Model X's just at the base of that black fixed tower. They'll have a chance to get out of the vehicle, take a look at their rocket. Now 3 hours from liftoff, exactly 3 hours from launch at 3:52 a.m. Eastern Time.
This is Core on Countdown 1. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes. Crew have arrived at the pad. We are on schedule.
Can now see the astronauts out of their Tesla Model X's at the pad surface, enjoying their views of Falcon 9. Looks like they just got a glimpse of that a few moments ago, now heading into the elevator to ride up the tower to the crew access arm. I believe that was Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines. Now T-minus 2 hours and 50 minutes. You're looking at a live view on the fixed service structure at pad 39A. Astronauts Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines now have arrived on the tower. Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines have now been joined by Jessica Watkins and Samantha Christopher Reddy. So all 4 astronauts now on the tower. They'll have a chance to phone their family members one last time before their launch. You can see one of the astronauts now on the phone there at pad 39A. On the right is the crew access arm that they'll use to walk across to the Crew Dragon spacecraft to begin boarding in a few minutes. really tremendous views now being provided from the helicopter looking into the fixed service structure where the Crew 4 astronauts are all assembled with their SpaceX ground support team, each getting a turn at the phone to call loved ones before climbing into the Crew Dragon spacecraft for liftoff. Launch remains scheduled for 3:52 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now you can see the first two crew members walking across that crew access arm toward the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. These will be the first two crew members to board the Dragon spacecraft for launch this morning. These two are astronauts Kjell Lindgren, the commander, as well as pilot Bob Hines.
This is Core on Countdown 1. We are at T-minus 2 hours 45 minutes. The crew have arrived at the White Room and are preparing for ingress. We are on schedule.
Moments ago you saw European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Christopher Reddy, as well as NASA mission specialist Jessica Watkins walk across the crew access arm. They're now in the White Room. You're looking at a live view inside the White Room where SpaceX's closeout crew wearing black wearing so-called ninja suits, are helping the astronauts with their procedures to get inside the spacecraft. There's a view of Samantha Christopher Reddy from the European Space Agency, an Italian astronaut, a former fighter pilot in the Italian Air Force, ready for her second launch into space. She's logged 199 days in orbit, more time in space than any other crew member on this mission. And there's Jessica Watkins, a rookie astronaut, a planetary geologist who was formerly a member of the science team for NASA's Curiosity rover, about to launch into space for the first time. You can see the crew signing their names around the NASA meatball logo on the wall of the White Room. This is a tradition that was started by NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. You can see their signatures there on the right if you look closely. On the Demo 2 mission 2 years ago, they were the first astronauts to fly to space on a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. And now the Crew 4 astronauts affixing their names to the White Room wall around that NASA meatball logo. Great video this morning from Launch Complex 39A, provided by SpaceX's video team, watching the astronauts board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes and 23 seconds, all four Crew 4 astronauts now in their seats inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. Commander Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines were first aboard the capsule, followed by Samantha Christopher Reddy and Jessica Watkins. You can see them making sure all their gloves are fitted properly and making sure their suits are properly sealed. The closeout crew helping the astronauts with these tasks. Just before boarding, we saw Samantha Christopher Reddy take the name tags from the SpaceX closeout crew team members and put them in a pocket in her spacesuit, presumably to take their name shields to space with her. This view shows Commander Kjell Lindgren in the foreground. The open hatch of the Dragon spacecraft on the left. All this activity occurring on the Dragon Freedom spacecraft near the top of the 215-foot tall Falcon 9 rocket. Launch remains set for 3:52 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:52 a.m. UTC. The launch is set for exactly 3:52:55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, and that timing is set for precisely the right moment to allow the Falcon 9 and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft to align with the International Space Station's orbital plane. Launches to the space station as well as other rendezvous missions to other destinations have to be timed within narrow windows to meet their destinations. And that's the case this morning for the Crew 4 mission. Hence the time in the wee hours of the morning, 3:52 a.m. See the SpaceX closeout team now tightening the seat belts for each of the astronauts. with all 4 astronauts in their seats, the next step in the launch preparations this morning will be communications checks between the Crew 4 astronauts and SpaceX Mission Control, as well as SpaceX Launch Control. The Mission Control Center for this mission is at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. The Launch Control Center is at Firing Room 4 here at the Kennedy Space Center, just about 3 miles or so from Pad A. Really great video continuing to be received from a NASA helicopter flying over the Space Center, showing the Crew Dragon Freedom spacecraft on top of the Falcon 9 rocket. The NASA worm logo and meatball on the second stage of the Falcon 9 visible here. Above that, the Dragon trunk, the unpressurized trunk, and then on top of that, the capsule itself. And we're standing by for these communications checks between the astronauts and Mission Control.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2. Com check. Core copies loud and clear. Umbilical com check is complete. Stand by for ground station com check. Freedom, SpaceX, com check.
SpaceX, Freedom has you loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station com check is complete. Stand by for TDRS com check.
Standing by.
Freedom, SpaceX com check.
SpaceX, Freedom has you loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS com check is complete. Stand by for com checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon MD on
Freedom,
countdown 1, com check.
MD, Freedom has you loud and clear on countdown 1.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for com check over Dragon to ground. Freedom MD on Dragon to ground, com check.
MD, Freedom has you loud and clear over Dragon to ground. Good to hear your voice this morning, Anna.
Good to hear yours as well. MD, loud and clear. Stand by for com checks with LD.
Freedom, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Freedom has you loud and clear on countdown 1. Good morning, sir.
Orange Shell, LD loud and clear, standby for comm check over Dragon to ground. Freedom, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Freedom has you loud and clear over Dragon to ground.
LD loud and clear.
Freedom SpaceX, with that shell, launch configuration comm checks are now complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Freedom copies. Walkout. SpaceX Freedom, we are ready for seat rotation for 2.2.
With those comm checks
Copy that shell, we'll
complete,
report when initiating.
the next step will be the rotation of the Crew Dragon seats into the position for launch.
Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Freedom copies.
And those Dragon seats now rotating into position for launch. In this view, you can see that rotation of the seats will actually bring the Dragon commander, Jill Lindgren, and pilot Bob Hines very close to the touchscreen displays in the cockpit. And there you go, a great view showing the displays above them, the touchscreens that the astronauts can use to glean some insights into the performance of the Dragon spacecraft. They can also issue some commands via those touch screens, as well as a bank of buttons underneath them. Now just under or approaching T-minus 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Freedom SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
Now those seats are confirmed to be in launch position.
Freedom copies. Concurs.
This view of pad 39A comes from the roof of the vehicle assembly building.
And Freedom, at this time I can give you a go for section 3, suit leak check preparation.
Okay, we copy. We are go and 4.103.1 for suit leak preparation.
In this view, you can see the tablets used by the crew members to follow procedures and use as reference. Those tablets contain reference materials for the crew during their free flight on the Dragon spacecraft. This Dragon spacecraft is the first new vehicle in SpaceX's fleet to actually have USB charging ports to allow the astronauts to recharge those devices while in flight from the launch pad up to the International Space Station.
And SpaceX Freedom, terrace complete. We're ready for leak checks.
Copy that, Shell. Then you are go Standby 1, Freedom.
Freedom, standing by.
Archel, I can now give you a go for Section 4 suit leak check.
Copy, we are go for Section 4, inward.
You can see the astronauts have now closed their helmet visors, and this is beginning the next step in the countdown, which is the suit leak checks. The leak checks are designed to ensure that the garments they're wearing are properly sealed and can hold pressure. The suits would be used to protect the crew in the event of a depressurization event. Normally, the Crew Dragon cabin is kept pressurized throughout the mission. Everything going by the timeline so far. We saw the crew arrive at the pad. They boarded the Crew Dragon spacecraft. The astronauts completed communications checks with various positions in the Launch Control Center and the Mission Control Center. And then a few moments ago, the seats rotated up into launch position, and now the suit leak checks are beginning.
SpaceX Freedom, for 4.5, we've got 4 nominal suits.
SpaceX copies and concurs for nominal suit leak checks. At this time, the closeout team is going to be performing their final closeout steps and exiting the capsule. And with that, we'll just ask for you to report when you are ready to close the hatch.
Freedom copies. SpaceX, Freedom, we are ready for hatch closure.
And SpaceX copies, Freedom.
You can see in this video from the White Room some of the SpaceX personnel inspecting the seals around the perimeter of that hatch to make sure that entire surface is clear of any foreign object debris before closing the hatch. Once the hatch is closed, the closeout crew will perform a leak check of the entire pressure vessel of the Dragon capsule to ensure that the spacecraft itself can hold pressure. That involves actually pumping a little more air into the capsule to create a positive pressure differential between the internal atmosphere and the ambient atmosphere outside the vehicle. Per the timeline, the hatch is due to be closed in about 10 minutes time, but the closeout team wearing those black coverall suits does have a bit of flexibility in their schedule. They can close it early, or there's a little bit of contingency time margin to close it late. The SpaceX Crew 4 countdown passing T-minus 2 hours and counting. We're standing by for the closure of the side hatch to the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. You can see the SpaceX technician still in the spacecraft, now climbing out of the hatch. The team working through some final closeouts of the cabin and the hatch area, taking a few closeout photos, making some final inspections. You can see they're moving some tape from the area around the seal of the hatch to the Dragon spacecraft. Looks like they're removing now a frame from that hatch area. These are all preparatory steps before closing the hatch. Per the timeline, the hatch should be closed in about 3 minutes' time, but they can close it early, and they have margin to close it a little bit late if necessary. But right now they're tracking on the timeline.
Freedom SpaceX, stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. From this point forward, please ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
Freedom copies all.
T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. This is the time in the countdown when the side hatch to the spacecraft should be closed. So we've seen the closeout team review some final inspection photos that they've taken with their handheld devices. Looks like they're now getting ready to close the hatch. Now T-minus 1 hour and 51 minutes. As you can see, the hatch has now been closed. The closeout team will ensure the hatch is properly latched, and then conduct leak checks to ensure that the spacecraft is holding pressure. So that's the next step in the countdown, is that leak check of the Crew Dragon Freedom spacecraft.
Freedom SpaceX, with the side hatch now closed, we're going to be commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Freedom copies.
Freedom SpaceX for post-ingress crew briefing.
Freedom's ready to copy.
Okay, Chell, today continues to look like a great day to fly. We're not tracking any issues for Dragon, Falcon, or the ground systems. As well, there are no deltas to the pre-briefed emergency deorbit sites or triage site 2. How copy?
And Freedom copies all. Those are great words.
All right, and then with that, please prepare for Falcon 9 operator comm checks.
Freedom copies. Standing by.
Freedom, GNC on countdown 1. Comm check.
GNC Freedom has you loud and clear on countdown 1.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the propulsion engineer.
Dragon prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop Freedom has you loud and clear on countdown 1.
And Freedom, we have you loud and clear. Let's have some fun today. Stand by for comm check with a avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics, Freedom has you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Avionics has you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Freedom, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment, Freedom has you loud and clear.
Ground segment, I have you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, Freedom has you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Launch control loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, CE on countdown 1, comm check.
CE, Freedom has you loud and clear on countdown 1.
CE loud and clear. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineer comm checks.
You've been hearing additional communications checks, voice checks between Dragon Commander Kjell Lindgren, a NASA astronaut inside the Freedom spacecraft on Pad 39A, and several different positions within the Launch Control Center. An avionics engineer, propulsion engineer, chief engineer, consoles, all participated in those voice checks with Dragon Commander Kjell Lindgren. The launch team reports no issues being tracked at this time that would prevent an on-time launch today at 3:52 a.m. Eastern Time or 7:52 a.m. UTC. You're continuing to watch views, live views inside the White Room out at Launch Complex 39A, where the SpaceX Closeout crew is wrapping up the cabin leak checks for the Dragon spacecraft. This is the first flight of this spacecraft, the fourth human-rated vehicle to join SpaceX's Dragon fleet, joining the Dragon Endeavour, Dragon Resilience, and Dragon Endurance spaceships. Now T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes and counting.
Freedom SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Freedom copies. Thanks.
And there you just heard the word from SpaceX Mission Control, the crew operations responsible engineer out in Hawthorne, California, confirming to Dragon Commander Jel Lindgren that the side hatch leak checks have been completed and have been successful. This confirms that the spacecraft is maintaining good pressure, good seal. A key step now accomplished before the closeout crew can evacuate the launch pad. You're continuing to see live views inside the White Room. The SpaceX closeout crew will finish their work and then move back to a safe fallback position away from the pad, leaving the 4 astronauts inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft for the rest of the countdown. This crew access arm will be moved away from the vehicle at about T-minus 42 minutes. And then around the same time, the launch escape system on the Dragon spacecraft will be activated and armed. These escape engines would be used to push the Dragon capsule off the Falcon 9 in the event of a major problem or emergency during the final phase of the countdown or during the climb to space this morning. And propellant loading is scheduled to begin a little more than an hour from now at T-minus 35 minutes. So that's when the densified kerosene and liquid oxygen will be loaded into the Falcon 9 rocket. Both stages burn this same propellant mixture. About 1 million pounds of propellant will be pumped into the vehicle in the last 35 minutes of the countdown. So with the side hatch leak checks complete, the countdown is now entering a relatively quiescent phase over the next 45 minutes or so until the final pre-launch poll from the SpaceX control team. That's scheduled around 50 minutes before liftoff to give the final go or no-go for propellant loading and launch. And then, as I mentioned, that'll be followed by retraction of the crew access arm, launch escape system arming, and the start of propellant loading. Liftoff remains scheduled for 3:52 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 7:52 a.m. UTC. This mission is designated Crew 4. It's the 4th operational crew rotation mission flown by SpaceX up to the International Space Station under contract with NASA. And it's the 7th human flight on a Dragon spacecraft overall. This view from the KSC press site shows the famous countdown clock just approaching the T-minus 1 hour 35 minute mark. You're seeing now a view from a camera up on the roof of the vehicle assembly building. This view comes from a camera on top of the fixed service structure at Pad 39A, looking down on the crew access arm and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. The red NASA insignia, the so-called worm logo, visible on stage 2. Now switching to a view inside the white room. You see the Closeout crew members have put on some of their harnesses. They are deconfiguring that white room and getting it ready for launch. One of the team members now taking a closeout photo of the side hatch with his smartphone there. Everything continues to look favorable for launch in 1 hour and 32 minutes and 37 seconds. We're here with Mark Berger, a launch weather officer from Space Launch Delta 45, and he's going to provide us with an update on how the weather conditions both here and downrange are looking for liftoff this morning. So Mark, first of all, how's the weather looking here locally at the Kennedy Space Center?
Well, certainly the significant weather here has been a no-show for tonight. We are advertising a POV of less than 10%, so again, not expecting any sort of weather here locally.
And downrange, I know for a crew mission, you look at different sites downrange for a possible abort. How are conditions along that corridor looking this morning?
Indeed, downrange weather is a little bit more dicey right now. We do have, especially in the Carolinas, one of the abort location staging areas, has had some thunderstorms associated with a front earlier this evening, and those basically collapsed a couple of hours ago, but in the last 30 minutes have regenerated to the west and northwest of that abort area. So right now, it's still looking at the trend as our friend, as those are continuing to be to the north, but it is a little bit of a race against the clock. So again, most of the models that we look at suggest that it will be after T0 that area would be impacted, but still a watch item.
And I know your team does forecasting and weather prediction for all the launches here at KSC and at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. What's different from your team's perspective for a launch with crew on board versus a satellite launch?
Well, certainly the forecasting process behind the scenes starts much earlier than it does for a regular non-crewed mission, but also we're more concerned about that downrange weather, as you mentioned. If it's just simply the booster recovery area, that's a pretty easy area to pinpoint, but when people's lives are at risk, through a crewed mission, of course, we take a much closer look at that abort or ascent corridor, and so again, that's kind of the weather issue that we're looking at tonight.
And just curious, when you're looking downrange along the flight path, are you looking at data from things like buoys, from ship reports, from satellite, or is it a mixture of all different kind of sources for weather data?
Well, the ones that you mentioned, Stephen, are some of the data that we look at. Satellite's a big one simply because we don't have good radar coverage that far offshore. And in fact, we use model guidance as a big plus for us. And so we knew that there would be some redevelopment of thunderstorms up in the Carolinas again this evening. It's maybe running about an hour ahead of schedule. As like I said, it's kind of a race against the clock, but those models continue to look pretty favorable in that ascent corridor for now.
Thank you very much. That's Mark Berger, a launch weather officer from Space Launch Delta 45, providing the latest weather report for today's countdown. He's looking at the weather systems, yeah. At least the Causeway camera it's far away, but it looks better quality than the UCS shot. Now T-minus 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 40 seconds. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 remains scheduled for 3:52 a.m. Eastern Time or 7:52 a.m. UTC. You heard moments ago from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger from the U.S. Space Force, the 45th Weather Squadron here at based over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The latest forecast continues to show good, favorable weather here at the Kennedy Space Center for launch this morning, with a less than 10% chance of violating any of the Falcon 9's weather criteria. The weather situation downrange has become a little bit more iffy throughout the countdown. There are some thunder showers that have popped up along or adjacent to the flight corridor of the Falcon 9 off the coast of the Carolinas in one of the downrange abort zones. Right now, that is not a concern if launch was to happen at this moment, but the launch weather officer mentioned that it is a bit of a race against time to know where those storms are going to be at the actual launch time, an hour and 17 minutes from right now. SpaceX and NASA want to ensure that there's favorable weather along the Abort corridor, the Ascent corridor, northeast from the Kennedy Space Center. The Falcon 9 will head downrange over the Atlantic Ocean, up the eastern seaboard, and across the North Atlantic Ocean over toward Ireland. And there are various locations along that path that the Crew Dragon spacecraft might splash down in the event of an in-flight abort. So the launch team and the management team wants to ensure that the seas and winds and other weather parameters along that corridor are all acceptable for a safe splashdown in the event of an abort. As you can see from the flagpole here at the press site, the winds are relatively calm this morning. Now passing T-minus 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 18 seconds. This map shows the expected ascent corridor for the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon spacecraft. As I mentioned, it'll be heading northeast from Florida's Space Coast out over the Atlantic Ocean, flying northeast, roughly parallel to the east coast of the United States, and then off the coast. We just heard a radio call from the crew operations responsible engineer at SpaceX's control center out in California to Dragon Commander Kjell Lindgren that the closeout crew has now evacuated the crew access arm and is beginning to make their way away from Pad 39A in preparation for propellant loading and launch this morning. This map again shows the expected flight track of the Falcon 9 and Dragon spacecraft. It'll be heading out over the Atlantic, over the North Atlantic, off the coast of the Canadian Maritime provinces, and then toward Ireland. On this map, various abort landing zones are circled. One is located off of St. John's, Newfoundland, another one off the coast of Shannon, Ireland. The red area is the abort exclusion zone. This is the region that the SpaceX teams and NASA teams don't want the spacecraft splashing down in due to the rough seas and the remoteness of this region in the North Atlantic Ocean. So if there was a problem in the phase of flight where the spacecraft would come down in this area, the Dragon is programmed to use its propulsion system to either give it a boost toward the Shannon abort landing area off of Ireland, or to essentially take some velocity and energy out of its trajectory, out of its path, and then splash down back closer to the Canadian coastline. The weather issue this morning right now that is being watched by the SpaceX team is thunderstorms off the coast of the Carolinas, closer into the launch site here at Cape Canaveral at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The region off the Carolinas is approximately the area where the Dragon spacecraft might come down in the event of an abort around the time of staging. So officials are watching closely how those storms will evolve over the next hour or so, leading up to this morning's instantaneous launch opportunity. Again, that launch opportunity this morning is at 3:52 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 7:52 UTC. 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 45 seconds from now. This view of Launch Complex 39A comes from a camera position south of the pad. You're looking north toward the Falcon 9 rocket. You can see that crew access arm quite apparent in this view, extending from the launch pad fixed structure out toward the Crew Dragon Freedom spacecraft on top of the Falcon 9 rocket. Now T-minus 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 40 seconds. The 4 astronauts on the Crew 4 mission are currently in their seats aboard SpaceX's Dragon Freedom spacecraft on top of the Falcon 9 rocket. This mission is known as Crew 4. It's the 4th operational crew rotation flight to the International Space Station to be performed by SpaceX. The commander on this mission is Kjell Lindgren, a NASA astronaut. He's 49 years old, born in Taipei, Taiwan, and he grew up in various parts of England and the United States. Before joining NASA's astronaut corps in 2009, he was a medical doctor and a NASA flight surgeon who supported multiple missions to the International Space Station. This will be his 2nd flight to space after spending 141 days in orbit on the Expedition 44 and 45 missions aboard the ISS back in 2014 and 2015. The pilot for this mission is Bob Hines, 47 years old, born in Fayetteville, North Carolina. He grew up in Pennsylvania. He's a retired lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force. In his career before becoming a NASA astronaut, he was a F-15 fighter pilot and test pilot. He became a research pilot for NASA in 2012, flying T-38s as an instructor, and he also flew NASA's WB-57 airborne research and surveillance aircraft. He was selected for NASA's astronaut corps in 2017, and as I mentioned, he's the pilot on this mission, and this will be his first flight to space. Mission specialist Samantha Christopher Reddy comes from the European Space Agency. She's 44, was born in Milan, Italy. She joined ESA's astronaut corps in 2009, and she's currently the only female astronaut in ESA's astronaut group. She was a pilot in the Italian Air Force, flying trainers and a ground attack aircraft. Before this mission, her previous flight was on the Expedition 42 and 43 mission in 2014 and 2015. She spent 199 days in space on that flight, and like Kjell Lindgren, her previous trip to space was aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft that carried her to the space station and then back to Earth. Mission specialist Jessica Watkins is the 4th crew member. She's the youngest at 33 years old. She was born in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and grew up in Lafayette, Colorado. She has a PhD in geology, and before becoming a NASA astronaut in 2017, she worked at Caltech and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory as a planetary geologist. She was a member of the science team on NASA's Curiosity rover on Mars. She also helped in some of the planning and design aspects of the Perseverance rover and the Mars Sample Return mission. She'll become the first black woman astronaut to live on board the space station for a long-duration expedition. Now T-minus 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 10 seconds and counting. About 62 minutes away from this morning's instantaneous launch opportunity. As you can see, their winds here at the Kennedy Space Center are relatively light. This view coming from the top of the fixed service structure at Pad 39A, looking down on the nose cone of the Crew Dragon Freedom spacecraft, as well as the crew access arm that leads out to the hatch. The SpaceX Closeout crew has now left the pad, or left the crew access arm at least. They should be departing the pad at this time if they haven't already. And they'll be falling back to a safe position away from the pad in preparation for the start of propellant loading. Kerosene and liquid oxygen will be loaded into both stages of the Falcon 9 beginning at T-minus 35 minutes. There will be a check among the SpaceX launch team before then for a go or no-go for that propellant loading and the launch itself. Now T-minus 1 hour, 1 minute, 8 seconds and counting. This is a relatively quiescent period in the countdown as the closeout crew makes their way away from the launch complex, and the crew aboard the Dragon Freedom spacecraft is enjoying some quiet time before the countdown activities pick up with the arming of the launch escape system and the start of loading of propellants. SpaceX's countdown passed the 1 hour mark a few moments ago. Now T-minus 59 minutes and 11 seconds. In the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, we should hear confirmation from SpaceX's launch team that they are go or no-go for launch this morning. Right now, we're not aware of any technical issues being worked by the team. The weather conditions locally here at the Kennedy Space Center are go for launch with a better than 90% chance of acceptable conditions here at the Florida Space Coast for liftoff this morning.
And Freedom SpaceX, we are cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Freedom copies.
Freedom SpaceX, at this time you are go for section 6. When you're ready, please report go for launch.
Copy. Freedom is go for section 6 and put that in work. SpaceX, Freedom is go for launch.
Copy Freedom, go for launch.
Now T-minus 52 minutes. Dragon Freedom Commander Jel Lindgren reported a few moments ago that the crew on board the spacecraft is go for launch this morning. This is part of the polling process as various other parts of the SpaceX launch team are being polled for their go or no go for liftoff. The SpaceX Launch Control Team is on station in Firing Room 4 of the Launch Control Center. That LCC structure, that building is in the shadow of the Vehicle Assembly Building here at the Kennedy Space Center, the same building that's used for NASA's launch team for the Artemis missions, as well as the same facility that was used during the Space Shuttle and during the Apollo program. SpaceX leases one of those firing rooms for its use for commercial launch operations out at Pad 39A, including crew missions like today's. T-minus 50 minutes and 44 seconds. Now around 8 minutes from the time the crew access arm should be retracted away from the Dragon spacecraft. Before then, we expect to hear a go or no-go for propellant loading from the SpaceX Launch Control Team. Just passing T-minus 50 minutes. The spacecraft on today's mission is the Dragon Freedom. It's the newest member of SpaceX's Dragon fleet. It was named Freedom by the Crew 4 astronauts who will be taking it to space on its inaugural journey. We have a video from a press conference the crew held a few weeks ago where Commander Jell Lindgren talks about the name and why it was chosen for this spacecraft.
I think that, for the name of the vehicle, we really want to celebrate the partnership of SpaceX and NASA and what the commercial crew program has brought to the table. We have resumed this ability to get our crew, our astronauts, to low Earth orbit, and I think that's very important.
As a reminder for all operators that
we want to celebrate what we see as a fundamental human right, and that is, and then also to celebrate, as we kind of put out in the statement, what the unfettered human spirit is capable of. And as also just kind of a reflection on how far we've come. Alan Shepard launched on a Mercury Redstone. There's one parked out on Rocket Park as you come into Johnson Space Center, and to see that first launch of Freedom 7 and to see where we are today is really a remarkable thing. And so we wanted to celebrate freedom for a new generation of space flyers.
That was Jell Lindgren, the commander of the Crew 4 mission, talking about his crew's opportunity to name the Crew Dragon spacecraft Freedom. The Dragon Freedom joins 3 other spacecraft in SpaceX's fleet, Dragon Endeavour, Resilience, and Endurance.
Poll is complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and then approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operator shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators noted below will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Launch control may proceed with arming the crew for movement. As a reminder to all operators in Fire M4 and MCCX, the control will be in a lockdown state until launch escape system is disarmed.
Crew access arm retraction has started.
You're seeing now the crew access arm retracting away from the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. Moments before that move began, the SpaceX launch team confirmed that all stations had pulled go for propellant loading and launch. So this was the final official pre-launch poll of all stations in the firing room, that all parameters are go right now. All stations are go for launch at 3:52 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:52 a.m. UTC to begin the Crew 4 mission to the International Space Station.
Crew access arm retraction is complete. Freedom, SpaceX for launch escape.
Freedom, standing by.
At this time, I can give you a go for Section 7, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Okay, Freedom copies. Our visors are closed and we are arming the launch escape system.
Dragon, SpaceX launch escape system is verified armed.
Freedom copies, concurs.
In the last few minutes, you've heard voice communication between Dragon Commander Jell Lindgren and Launch Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. With that crew access arm now away from the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon spacecraft, Launch Control gave the go for the crew to arm the launch escape system. That's a command that's issued by the crew on the spacecraft, one of the few non-automated functions on the Dragon capsule. And
Falcon 9 propellant tanks will be venting for propellant load in approximately 1 minute.
The launch escape system consists of Super Draco thrusters. These high-performance hypergolic rocket engines would propel the Dragon capsule off the Falcon 9 rocket in the event of an emergency during the rest of the countdown during the propellant loading process, which is due to begin shortly, or at any point during the flight into orbit. The Dragon spacecraft has a full envelope launch abort capability at all points of the flight into space. T-minus 37 minutes, 10 seconds. The propellant tanks on the Falcon 9 are now being vented in preparation for the start of propellant loading. That propellant loading auto sequence is due to begin in 2 minutes time at T-minus 35 minutes. Coming up on the start of the Falcon 9 auto sequence and propellant loading.
Propellant load has started.
And there's the call from the launch team. Propellant loading has started. So the process to load about 1 million pounds of densified kerosene and cryogenic liquid oxygen has started. The liquid oxygen and kerosene supply is being loaded into stage 1 at this time. Kerosene alone is currently being loaded into stage 2. Liquid oxygen will start flowing into the second stage at about T-minus 16 minutes. Also, in a few minutes' time, the helium pressurant will be also loaded into the Falcon 9's pressure spheres. This helium is used to maintain pressure inside the propellant tanks during flight. Now T-minus 34 minutes and counting.
Stage 1 cryohelium load has begun.
That call out from SpaceX's Launch Control Center confirms that the cryogenic helium load is underway. This helium pressurant is used to pressurize the propellant tanks during the terminal phase of the countdown as well as in flight. They're stored in high pressure vessels, composite overwrap pressure vessels on both stages of the Falcon 9. T-minus 30 minutes and counting. A half hour now remains in the countdown before the liftoff of the Crew 4 mission to the space station. You're beginning to see some of the vapors appearing around the skin of the Falcon 9 rocket. In the next few minutes, you're likely to see frost and ice begin to build up on the booster stage of the Falcon 9 as the super cold liquid oxygen fills up that tank on stage 1. The liquid oxygen is chilled to several hundred degrees below zero, near its freezing point actually in the case of the Falcon 9. That's a process called densification that allows SpaceX to fill the tanks with more propellant, and that gives the Falcon 9 a performance boost for its engines and a greater performance to lift heavier payloads into orbit. The kerosene is also chilled below room temperature, which room temperature kerosene is used on most other kerosene-fueled launch vehicles. In the case of the Falcon 9, it's chilled below that temperature to densify that fluid, allowing more fuel to be pumped into the tanks. T-minus 28 minutes and 22 seconds.
Start of stage 2 cryohelium loading.
As you heard a moment ago, the Stage 2 cryogenic helium load has begun. This mission will be using a SpaceX booster number 1067. It'll be the 4th flight of this reusable vehicle, following its debut back on June 3rd of last year on a SpaceX cargo mission to the International Space Station, the CRS-22 flight. It was recovered and refurbished for the Crew 3 launch, the previous crew launch for NASA that SpaceX performed. That was on November 10th of last year. And then about a month or so later, 5 weeks or so later, it flew a 3rd time with the Turkish Turksat 5B geostationary communications satellite on December 18th of last year. This will be this particular booster's 4th mission. It'll be targeting a landing again on SpaceX's drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas about 340 miles approximately northeast of the Kennedy Space Center in the Atlantic Ocean. The booster for this mission, Crew 4, was actually originally slated to be a different vehicle, booster number 1069, but a hard landing and asymmetrical landing damaged parts of that rocket when it landed on the drone ship after a mission in December, and that prompted NASA and SpaceX to agree to switch to a backup rocket, booster 1067, and that's the rocket you're seeing on pad 39A this morning, being fueled up with kerosene, RP1 kerosene, as well as liquid oxygen for its instantaneous launch opportunity at 3:52 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Daylight Time from pad 39A. This will mark the 150th flight of a Falcon 9 rocket since June 4th, 2010, when the first Falcon 9 took flight from pad 40 just down the coast at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It'll be the 16th Falcon 9 flight of the year. And it's the 7th crew mission that SpaceX will have launched once this gets off the ground. And it's the 4th operational crew rotation flight that SpaceX will have launched for NASA under the auspices of a multi-billion-dollar commercial crew contract. These 4 astronauts are heading to space on a 4.5-month expedition. They're expected to remain in orbit until September. They're replacing the outgoing Crew 3 astronauts on the space station. If they launch this morning at 3:52 a.m., the docking with the Harmony module on the space station is scheduled for 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. T-minus 21 minutes and 40 seconds. So far, so good with this countdown for the Crew 4 flight to the space station. The Falcon 9 being filled with propellant. The rocket stands 215 feet tall. That's 65 meters in this configuration, with the Crew Dragon spacecraft perched atop the 2nd stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. In this view, you can see the strong back structure to the right of the rocket. That'll be retracted about 1.7 degrees from the vehicle in the final 5 minutes of the countdown. That countdown now passing T-minus 21 minutes. In the next few moments, we should hear confirmation that the kerosene tank or RP1 tank on stage 2 has been fully loaded. We'll stand by for that call.
Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
And with that call from launch control, the 2nd stage's RP1 load is complete. So rocket grade kerosene has been fully loaded into the 2nd stage of the Falcon 9. Great views now of the venting coming from the strong back on next to the Falcon 9 rocket. This is gaseous oxygen gas being vented away. This is normal at this point in the countdown as SpaceX purges the oxidizer lines that lead up the strong back and into the second stage. This is part of a process known as chill down of those transfer lines in preparation for loading of liquid oxygen into the second stage itself, beginning at T-minus 16 minutes. So with 1 of 4 propellant tanks now fully loaded, the countdown continues now. T-minus 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Helium pressure continues flowing into the rocket at this time. That'll be terminated soon. T-minus 19 minutes and counting. The Falcon 9 will be heading on a trajectory northeast from the Kennedy Space Center. That's the direction it will need to go to line up with the International Space Station's orbital plane. The launch is timed for roughly the moment that Earth's rotation brings this launch pad underneath the ground track of the space station. Now T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
Stage 2 LOX load has begun.
And with that call, the Stage 2 liquid oxygen tank is now being loaded with its oxidizer supply. And at the same time, you saw the vent terminate from the strong back, chill down completed, loading underway on the second stage liquid oxygen tank. T-minus 16 minutes. T-minus 16 minutes and counting. Liftoff remains scheduled for 3:52 a.m. Eastern Time, with a crew of 4 astronauts heading to the space station. Weather conditions here at the Kennedy Space Center continue to look favorable for liftoff this morning. Everything remaining on track to the best of our knowledge. No reports from the launch team of any issues in the countdown. T-minus 15 minutes and counting. The International Space Station just passed over the Florida Straits and is now flying over the Atlantic Ocean. At the time of launch, the space station is expected to be over Eastern Europe. The Crew Dragon spacecraft will be beginning a pursuit of the complex that will culminate in docking, an automated docking if all goes according to plan, at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time later this evening. That's at 12:15 a.m. UTC on Thursday. That's about a 16-hour flight from liftoff until docking. T-minus 13 minutes and counting. Some of the major milestones in the final minutes of the countdown will include the chill down of the Merlin 1D engines at the base of the first stage, beginning at T-minus 7 minutes. This is a process to thermally condition those engines for the rapid flow of super cold liquid oxygen once those engines are ignited. At T-minus 5 minutes, the Dragon spacecraft will be transitioned to internal power. It'll be disconnected from its external battery or external power supply and begin running exclusively off its onboard batteries. At T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds, the strongback next to the Falcon 9 rocket will be lowered to an angle of 1.7 degrees. You'll see the clamps that connect and wrap around the top of the second stage open, allowing that strongback to begin its retraction. At T-minus 4 minutes and 20 seconds, the first stage will be confirmed fully loaded with its kerosene fuel. And then at T-minus 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the autonomous flight termination system will be confirmed ready for flight. That's the flight safety system, the range safety mechanism on the rocket that would terminate the mission if it flew off course and in the case of an emergency when an in-flight abort was necessary. The Falcon 9 will be fully loaded with its supply of liquid oxygen on both stages at T-minus 2 minutes. The first stage will be confirmed full at T-minus 3 minutes. The second stage will be confirmed full of liquid oxygen at T-minus 2 minutes. And at T-minus 60 minutes, the Falcon 9 will be transitioned to what's known as startup mode. The flight computer will take command of the countdown, and in that final minute, the propellant tanks will be pressurized for flight, the vents will be closed, and those tanks will be brought to the proper flight pressure for engine start. The engine controller will command the engine start sequence at T-minus 3 seconds, and the 9 Merlin 1D engines will be ignited and brought to full throttle, producing 1.7 million pounds of thrust. The onboard computer on the Falcon 9 will run through a brief...
Freedom, SpaceX, please confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
Freedom confirms. Displays are configured for launch.
That call...
SpaceX copies Crew 4, and on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Dragon Capsule Freedom today. It has been a privilege working together to prepare for this launch to the International Space Station. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, time to let freedom fly.
Copy, SpaceX. We'd like to take this opportunity to extend our thanks to our NASA, SpaceX, international partner teams, and most of all our families for getting us to the threshold of this amazing opportunity to launch to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center. A heartfelt thank you to every one of you that made this possible. Now let's let Falcon roar and freedom ring.
That exchange a minute ago between the SpaceX Mission Control Team and the commander of the Dragon Freedom spacecraft, Jel Lindgren, who radioed his thanks to the training teams and the control teams at SpaceX and NASA who got the crew ready for flight. And he closed out his comments with, let's let Falcon roar and let freedom ring. Lindgren and his crewmates named this brand new Dragon spacecraft Freedom. It's the newest and, if all goes according to plan, the last addition to SpaceX's Crew Dragon fleet, joining sister ships Dragon Endeavor, Dragon Resilience, and Dragon Endurance. Coming up on the start of engine chill down at T-minus 7 minutes.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
That call out confirms the engine chill down of the Merlin 1D power plants at the bottom of the first stage has started.
Stage 1 RP1 load is complete.
That call out confirms the kerosene fuel supply for stage 1 has been fully loaded.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Now T-minus 5 minutes, just past the T-minus 5 minute point. The Dragon spacecraft has been configured for terminal count. This means the capsule is operating on its own internal power.
Automatic retract sequence has started. Stand by for alarm venting.
The strongback is now opening, retracting. The clamps will about to be opened at the top of the second stage. And in this view, you'll see a great shot of those clamps opening. And there go the clamps. They're opening now. The strongback will be retracted to an angle of about 1.7 degrees from the Falcon 9. T-minus 4 minutes and counting. T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds. We should hear confirmation shortly.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
There you have it. Confirmation of the liquid oxygen load complete on stage 1. Stage 2 will be fully loaded with liquid oxygen in the next 60 seconds. Everything looking good for liftoff of the Crew 4 mission to the International Space Station, the 150th flight of a Falcon 9 rocket.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
T-minus 2 minutes.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete. Dragon is in auto idle.
You're listening to live commentary, live updates
Yes,
from
Closeout is
Launch
starting.
Control.
Expect loud venting. FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Inside of 60 seconds.
Dragon is in countdown.
The flight termination system has been armed. Falcon 9 is now in startup mode. Onboard computer is now controlling the countdown.
Freedom, SpaceX, go for Crew 4 launch.
Freedom is go for launch.
Jill Lindgren reports Freedom is go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds.
T-minus 10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff. Go Falcon. Let freedom ring. Godspeed, Crew 4.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
A new spacecraft joins SpaceX's fleet, Dragon Freedom, heading into space for the first time on top of a Falcon 9 rocket, T+ 42 seconds. Those Merlin engines giving off a big rumble here at the Kennedy Space Center. T+ 50 seconds, stage 1 is throttling down those Merlin engines, reducing power to control forces on the vehicle as it passes through maximum aerodynamic pressure, T+ 60 seconds.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Four astronauts on the way to orbit this morning.
Stage 1, throttle up.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That 1 Bravo call out from Commander Jill Lindgren, one of the abort zones for this morning's climb to space. Falcon 9 now has surpassed the speed of sound. It's past the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure, or max Q. About a minute, or a little less than a minute remaining in the first stage burn. That plume now expanding from those Merlin 1D engines, the very distinctive pattern from that octaweb of engines, now apparent as the rocket heads downrange. T+ 2 minutes. 2 minutes into the flight of Crew 4.
Stage 1, throttle down.
Standing by for main engine cutoff and stage separation.
And MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
Stage 2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
And there you've seen verbal and visual confirmation of stage separation. Stage 2 has ignited its Merlin vacuum engine, that MVAC engine, putting out more than
acquisition signal Wallops.
About 200,000 pounds of thrust. A downrange tracking station at Wallops Island, Virginia, is now tracking the rocket as it heads northeast. On the left side of this screen, you see a downward-facing view from stage 1. Looking back toward the Florida coast, you can see some of the city lights along the east coast of Florida. That booster coming back to Earth now. It's actually still climbing, but it will reach its apogee and begin a descent back toward the drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of the Carolinas. Looks like the city of Jacksonville, Florida now in view of the first stage camera.
Nominal trajectory.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
Good call-outs between Launch Control and Commander Jill Lindgren on board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft, a downrange station in New Hampshire now receiving signals from the Falcon 9. spectacular views of the Merlin vacuum engine, that MVAC,
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
that MVAC engine bell glowing red hot. That's as expected. Landing of the first stage booster is expected at T plus 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Correction, T plus 9 minutes and 30 seconds for landing of that first stage. A great start to the Crew 4 mission, heading uphill to the International Space Station with a crew of 4 on board.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
T plus 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
Good call-outs between SpaceX Mission Control Hawthorne, California, and Commander Kjell Lindgren on Dragon Freedom. T plus 7 minutes and 7 seconds, about 20 seconds left until the start of the first stage entry burn. 3 of the 9 engines on the first stage will begin slowing the rocket down for landing. Meanwhile, you're seeing live views from the second stage, which is propelling the Crew Dragon capsule into orbit. About a minute 20 seconds left in the stage 2 burn. Velocity now just exceeding 18,000 kilometers per hour on stage 2. And the entry burn now underway, as you can see on the left side of this split screen. The hypersonic grid fins have extended. The 3 engines now firing for the entry burn to slow down for a landing on the drone ship. Looks like that entry burn has been completed.
Terminal guidance.
The entry burn has been completed.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
MVAC shutdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
The Dragon spacecraft is now in orbit.
Glad to be in orbit.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch escape system is disarmed.
A good climb to orbit for Dragon Freedom and its crew of 4. Now you're watching live views from the first stage and from the drone ship as the booster comes in for landing. And booster 1067 has arrived on the deck of a shortfall of Gravitas. This completes this booster's 4th trip to space and its 2nd flight with astronauts. You're seeing now a live view inside the cabin of Dragon Freedom. The 4 astronauts look to be in good spirits and good health after their ride to space this morning. About a minute away from separation of the Dragon from the Falcon 9 upper stage. "30 seconds until Dragon separation."
Dragon, SpaceX, Dragon separation confirmed.
You're seeing a view now looking from the second stage toward the Dragon spacecraft, which is just deployed from the upper stage of the Falcon 9, now flying in sunlight over the North Atlantic Ocean.
Expected loss of signal.
At an altitude of about 201 kilometers, orbital velocity roughly 27,000 kilometers per hour. The next major step will be the deployment and opening of the nose cone. You can see now some thrusters firing in this view. Unfortunately, the Dragon spacecraft is flying directly into the sunlight from this perspective.
And expected loss of signal, New Hampshire.
You're now looking at an over-the-shoulder view of Commander Kjell Lindgren on the left, pilot Bob Hines on the right. Lindgren in space for his second mission. Hines in space for the first time. You can see them interacting with their touchscreen displays. T plus 14 minutes. We'll stand by for a word on the progress of that nose cone opening.
Freedom, LD, I hope you enjoyed your ride. It's been an honor flying with you, Chell, Farmer, Samantha, Jessica. Have a safe journey to the space station. Say hi to Crew 3 for us, and we'll look forward to seeing you when you get home. Indeed, the dream is alive. Now some words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, privilege having you fly with us. Good mission. We'll see you later.
Hey, and from Freedom, we want to thank a big thank you to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and specifically the Falcon 9 team for a great ride. It is a privilege to get to fly this new vehicle, the Crew Dragon Freedom, to orbit. Huge thanks to the teams that assembled and prepared her for flight. We're feeling great and looking forward to the view.
And Freedom, SpaceX can confirm nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
Copies, equals activation complete. We're going to go visors up.
4 copies, your go.
Expected loss of signal, Newfoundland. And acquisition signal, Lagoon Hilly.
Dragon Freedom is now in orbit on its way to the International Space Station. Over the next 16 hours or so, the spacecraft will perform a number of burns to fine-tune its approach up to the complex. It'll be raising its orbit to match that of the space station. And the automated docking with the Zenith or space-facing port on the Harmony module on the ISS is expected at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. That's at 12:15 a.m. UTC on Thursday. The one major flight event that we're still waiting to confirm is the opening of the nose cone. That nose cone covers the docking system and the navigation sensors needed to rendezvous and link up with the International Space Station. It also covers the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that help control the orbit and orientation of the spacecraft. The service section Draco thrusters have already been primed and checked out after arriving in orbit. Again, the launch occurred at 3:52 a.m. 20 minutes ago. The 150th flight of a Falcon 9 rocket now in the books, and an impressive stat: 150 flights in 12 years now, nearly 12 years now. But 50 of those flights, a full third of those missions, have occurred in the last year and a half. So that's an indicator of SpaceX's blistering pace of launches. 50 Falcon 9 missions now in 18 months, after taking about roughly 10 years to accomplish the first 100. You're looking at a view inside SpaceX's control center at Hawthorne, California, where engineers and managers are gathered.
Freedom SpaceX, you see a nominal nose cone opening, TCS forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
That call out from Arthur Barrio, who is the crew operations responsible engineer or spacecraft communicator in Hawthorne, California, up to the Crew 4 astronauts, confirming that the nose cone on the forward end of the Dragon Freedom spacecraft.
SpaceX, next burn is a phase burn per your displays. Stand by for suit doffing.
And Freedom copies. Bye.
So we've heard confirmation from SpaceX Mission Control that the nose cone has opened. This is one of the major milestones after orbit insertion and after spacecraft separation from the Falcon 9 rocket. This reveals the docking mechanism and the navigation sensors required to rendezvous and dock with the space station. Also reveals the forward bulkhead thrusters, which are used for the deorbit burn at the end of the mission. So far, so good. A great start to the Crew 4 mission with a successful on-target launch from the Kennedy Space Center on a Falcon 9 rocket. The 16th launch of a Falcon 9 this year. And the second SpaceX Crew launch in less than 3 weeks' time. And this mission again is debuting the Dragon Freedom spacecraft, the 4th human-rated vehicle in SpaceX's Dragon fleet, carrying Jill Lindgren, Bob Hines, Samantha Christopher Reddy, and Jessica Watkins to the space station.
And expect loss of signal, Raccoon Hilly.
Freedom SpaceX, environments are looking pretty good for suit doffing, and camera configuration is about to be set to external only. You are go for 4.012 suit doffing and 4.300 for on-orbit cabin
signal opening
activation.
Copies all. We've got a good environment. We're stepping into 4.012 and 4.300. Thank you.
SpaceX Mission Control just told the crew on the Dragon Freedom spacecraft that they are now go to doff their suits. So they're go to get out of their custom-fitted pressure suits and to change into some more comfortable clothing for the rest of this coast up to the International Space Station. There are a series of orbit adjust burns over the next 15 or 16 hours to raise the spacecraft's orbit to match that of the space station. But those burns, if all goes according to plan, will be performed by the Dragon spacecraft in automated mode.
Freedom SpaceX, we are external only on cameras.
So the crew on board will be along for the ride, but they do have the ability to take manual control if necessary. T plus 31 minutes and 20 seconds. The Crew 4 mission now more than a half hour into their flight to the International Space Station following liftoff at 3:52 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, or 7:52 UTC from pad 39A here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Here's a replay of the launch. 31 minutes ago.
2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff. Go Falcon. Let freedom ring. Godspeed, Crew 4.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Copy 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
So that was the scene 33 minutes ago when the Falcon 9 took off from pad 39A, a beautiful pre-dawn blast-off from Florida's Space Coast to begin the next crew flight to the International Space Station. The Falcon 9's Merlin engines put out about 1.7 million pounds of thrust at full throttle. Quite a scene here at the Kennedy Space Center as the Falcon 9 headed downrange in pursuit of the International Space Station. Looking ahead, what we'll be covering next, other than the remainder of the Crew 4 climb up to the International Space Station, we have several launches over the next few days, beginning with the scheduled launch on Thursday evening U.S. time, of a Rocket Lab Electron launch vehicle carrying 34 picosatellites and CubeSats into orbit from New Zealand. This launch has been delayed several days because Rocket Lab is waiting for what it says is ideal weather conditions for the attempted recovery of the first stage of that Electron booster. The Electron is a small satellite launch vehicle. It's about 60 feet tall in total height, and Rocket Lab intends to try to catch the first stage of that rocket in midair with a helicopter after this next flight. That'll be the first time it's attempted to do that with an orbital rocket. So that'll be launching from New Zealand. That recovery will be occurring over the Pacific Ocean, a couple hundred miles downrange from the launch site in New Zealand. So that'll be something to watch for no earlier than Thursday evening. Also on Thursday is the scheduled launch of an Angara 1.2 rocket. This will be the first orbital flight of this small satellite launch vehicle, part of Russia's Angara family that's been in development for quite some time. Will be making its first orbital launch attempt in this configuration on Thursday from the Plesetsk Cosmodrome in northern Russia with a Russian military payload on board. On Friday, we're going to be back here at Cape Canaveral for the launch of the next Falcon 9 mission, carrying the next batch of Starlink Internet satellites into orbit. That launch will be taking off from Slick 40, Space Launch Complex 40, here at Cape Canaveral. Liftoff time is scheduled for 5:33 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 21:33 UTC. So the next SpaceX Falcon 9 mission is less than 3 days away from here on Florida's Space Coast, and the launches don't end there. Another SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket will be scheduled to launch from pad 39A, the same facility, the same launch pad used this morning, on May the 5th with another batch of Starlink Internet satellites. So those are the next few launches that we're tracking on our launch schedule. Other launches may be occurring that may not have confirmed dates yet, but these are the next launches that have confirmed dates from official sources or from notices to pilots regarding airspace downrange that has to be cleared for these launches. You're looking now at a live view of the Launch Complex 39A, where the strongback continues venting. It is retracted into this position at liftoff, and over the coming hours, SpaceX's team out at the pad will lower that strongback to a horizontal position and roll it back into the hangar for integration with the next Falcon 9 that'll be flying from this pad. And as I mentioned with that schedule, a snapshot a few moments ago, that's on May the 5th, the next flight from pad 39A. We'll continue coverage of the Crew 4 mission to the space station on our website and on social media. NASA TV will stay live throughout the flight to the space station and through docking. We'll be streaming that NASA TV coverage on spaceflightnow.com. So join us for the docking of Crew 4 at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. And then next week, amid the SpaceX launch activity planned over the coming days, the Crew 3 mission is scheduled to depart the space station and splash down off the Florida coast around the middle of next week. If you want to If you want to support our launch coverage, you can go to spaceflightnow.com and go to the Members tab on top of the homepage. And your contributions to our membership program help support and expand our coverage of launch activity here in Florida and at locations around the world. So we thank you for joining us for this overnight countdown here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Wherever you are in the world today, we hope you have a great rest of your morning or evening, and we'll see you next time. Our next live coverage event we'll be reporting live here at Kennedy Space Center will be on Friday for the launch of the next Starlink mission from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Thanks for joining us.